Decrease the beat rate. Interesting. Okay, I guess you can. All right, hello everyone. Good evening. So tonight I'm gonna try to make a mod for Dungeon Siege 1 to increase the game speed, which is something that is bothering me in some mods. So like let's say you're backtracking or you go through areas like villages where you know you don't have enemies. I'd rather have the game speed increased to lower the amount of time that I'm playing the game. So I don't know anything about modding. I've got a few hints from modders on Discord. Um, so we're going to check world up tests. So let's see if you have documentation for scripts. No, script. Wait, it's a script. So attach it. He said to attach it to any. Yeah, but how do you fucking? I guess I need to authorize something. Old script. Okay, I don't know what to do with this script. I'm supposed to attach it to something. "21 pages. This should be 21 pages too. It's the same. This is the same. It's fucking nice. You can see PDFs and stuff. That's the same file. Okay. That's the same thing, but displayed differently. Okay, first off, I want to see if I can find the the options menu. So it's in options, game tab. And what I want to do is increase the upper limit here, because here it goes from 0.2 to 1.2. I like to increase this or find a way for the hotkeys here. Should be plus and minus. Okay, where is it? Game settings. Okay, so game speed decrease, game speed increase. I like to find in the game if there is a way to modify the behavior of those or the behavior of this slider here. Um, so I'm going to forget about the downloads for now. This is from Copperhead, so we're going to delete this. I'm going to assume that it's gonna be in logic, the dsres. Going to extract everything to documents, Dungeon Siege LOE, bit. Okay. No, we're not going to need the arts. Okay, there's a bunch of scripts in here. I don't think I'll need this. Auto. Save profile test. Bunch of test scripts. Config. Options. Audio. Game speed. Okay, so we have game speed here. Fortune editor. Multiplayer, global settings, engine. Engine. There's nothing about game speed. Global settings. Inventory highlights. Save game settings. Okay, so you have this. Bit config options. UI config. Intro settings. Object settings. Fonts, no. Interfaces. I'm guessing like in the UI, you just have the menus themselves, but like option. Like it's just the UI, it does nothing. Notify, show options. World. Components. World options. Set game speed. Is there a way to search? inside search options, file contents. It's a screen edge tracking. No, it's not finding inside the files. Okay, could try installing everything. Everything search. Okay, I'll try with everything. I want to see because there is like a function that Tadosan posted. It's world options set game speed. I want to see where this function is used. I'm going to go Discord. But I need to be able to search the content of these files. Okay, so see portable program files. Everything. Run as admin, okay. Open file list. If you new search window. Okay, let's try screen edge tracking, for instance. Okay, how do I make it search inside files? Advanced search. located in documents. Nice. Okay. Content. Let's try words options. Set game speed. World options. Set game speed. Oh, but it's in the file that he sent me. Okay. CMD camera comment. Camera move. State moving. On go update. Okay, so let's try to search for. I'm gonna clear this. I guess it's the same thing. CMD leave NIS. Enter NIS. Camera move script. The thing is, I'm guessing I won't have access to the code that is executed when you modify the slider, or because here you have game speed, alright? So let's try games, do a search on game speed. Input bindings, options. Git config. So game speed up, game speed down. Qualifier control. Dev game speed max. Game speed up. Okay, so yeah, I will not have access. Options. Let's speed. Let's speed 0 1. I don't understand. Like these scripts are attached to the camera. I mean, they're related to the camera. But where is game speed? Game speed during this camera command, if -1, then the speed will not change. Change game speed. Game speed while in NIS leaving. I don't know what is NIS. Pretty much looking at a needle in a haystack. So this has to be the source code for the game, which I cannot find because I do not have the source code. No, the question is how, where do I use it, and how do I implement it? And slap this on something and spawn it in. But how do I slap a script onto like a game object or something? Okay, so maybe I should read about scripts. Nice username. Okay, script this tutorial. So Script is the name of the custom programming language used in Dungeon Siege. Script was developed internally at GPG by Scott Bilas. Script serves as a layer of glue between the content and the code beneath it, and was used to create some of the major game features in Dungeon Siege. This tutorial should show you where you can use Script in Dungeon Siege and what you can do with it. This article should also serve as a reference on the different things you can do with Script. What you need for this tutorial: Dungeon Siege updated to version 1.1 or above, a text editor, knowledge of another programming language is useful. Well, I do know another programming language, so what this tutorial assumes you have already learned: Siege University 200, concepts and terminology, 201 templates, 301 introduction to Dungeon Siege architecture. But these ones are going to assume you already know something. Okay, so you have the terminologies. Okay. Templates. At the most basic level, a template tells the game engine how to use certain game resources, such as art, sound, and physics properties, to create, instantiate a game object, rock, tree, sword, a krug, etc. in the world. A template is simply a block of text that defines the characteristics of a game object. Well, basically, like it tells the game engine what the object actually is. If it's an NPC or a weapon or a button and something. When modding a game, one can either modify the content already included in the game, add completely new content, and most often a combination of the two. The need to create a template arises when a mod developer wishes to add content to the game or use the existing content in new ways without losing any functionality of the existing content. For instance, if you would like to create a new sword with completely new art, you should create a new template for it. In the same vein, if you wish to create a new sword with just new stats, you should create a new template so as to preserve all of the already defined swords in the game. These are not laws, of course, but rather guidelines as to the purpose of creating your own template. What you need for this tutorial. Okay. What this tutorial assumes you have already learned: the basics of the Siege editor, especially sections regarding tanking and tanking maps, Dungeon Siege concepts, and terminology. Okay. I take a while to read this. So what this tutorial will teach you: definition of a template, what templates are used, template structure, template specializations, naming conventions, sorting template within Siege editor, untank logic.dsres. Okay. You have now untanked the logic.dsres. Okay, this I did already. Show me a template. Templates reside in GAS files and can range from as few as 4 lines of text to as many as 100 or more. A gas file can contain 1 or 1000 templates. The game engine does not care for your own sanity, however, a good guideline is under 100 templates per file. The following code shows an example of a template that actually resides in a file in the logic.dsres tank located in the resources directory of your installation of Dungeon Siege. And so it's a hammer, you define, okay, whatever. Taken from world contentdb templates regular interactive weapon misc.gas, where you have a bunch of weapons with their icons and stuff and their stats. One of the great things about Dungeon Siege is the large amount of documentation included in the game files themselves. Much of the following can also be found in and is in fact taken from the various files touched upon below. This documentation may appear in the form of comments at the beginning of the file or in line with the data. See templates.gas and components.gas. Discuss below for some good example of this. So this I can close because it's the same. It's basically the same. It's the same, but like harder to navigate. Okay, one thing to keep in mind, however, is that some of the commented documentation in these files may be out of date as they were written during the initial implementation of a feature or system. It's possible, and often likely, that the operation of the feature or system documented has since mutated between the initial implementation and the final release version of Dungeon Siege. The information within these documents should therefore be used in conjunction with the information in these files, with the data here taking precedence over file documentation. Template structure. Templates are made up of 3 types of data: components, fields, values, blocks. That's 4, no? Okay, that's 4, but a block is really just the collection of the first 3. A template is made up of blocks which contain a component, one or more of the component's fields, and those fields' values. Let's look at the common block in the above template. So what is a component? Represents the code or script used to handle a certain aspect of a Go game object. For example, the main component of an actor runs AI. Components are defined by the templates that a game object specializes. Conditions, a predetermined requirement or set of requirements that must be met before the trigger's actions will be executed. Conditions include testing whether a certain kind of object has entered, exists within, or has exited a specified area, whether the trigger has received a particular message from another object or the game itself, or both. So, game objects is more generally is nearly on any mesh 3D object in the game that isn't a node. Objects can be placed and moved on, above, or below nodes, and include things like actors, furnishings, gizmos, lights, etc. The generic term object is also used to talk specifically about meshes that don't have another specific name, like actor or gizmo, such as trees, chairs, rocks, fences, etc. All game objects are defined by their templates. Gizmo. Okay, I don't need to go too much into detail, I think. I'd actually explain what is a component. So we can see this block contains a single field screen name and that field's value blacksmith hammer. A block is considered a block is considered to include the decoration of the component, in this case common, and everything between the open and closed Increases. The field lines contained in a block are determined by semicolons. Anyone familiar with C, C++, will recognize these syntax conventions, which incidentally must be followed exactly or your object will fail to load into the game engine. All of the templates in the game can be found in the gas files in logic.dsres under world content db templates. Templates. UI main menu. UI hero menu, which is character selection, I would guess. UI left side. Menu bars. Well, it's just a bunch of 3D elements anyway. Back button. Load map. Okay. All of the base templates, including the core templates in templates.gas, can be found in regular subject directory. Okay, blah, blah, blah. It's recommended that after you've read this document and become familiar with templates on the template structure, you look through the veteran and elite files and templates to gain an understanding of how these are used by the engine to create alternate difficulty levels. Basically, the templates within veteran. P content, parameterized content. Is a system by which the engine creates dynamic content based on ranges of values. While P content is outside the scope of this document, more information can be found in components.gas. Components. A component is a basic building block. A game object, various sub-components are defined that implement certain tasks in the game engine. Within templates, components appear inside square brackets. For example, the common component in the above template contains one field, the screen name field, that tells the engine what to display on screen when the item is picked up or moused over. One of the most valuable files. Components.gas. World content DB components. Almost 2,000 lines. This is your secret decoder sheet for deciphering all of the components and their fields in the game. I would recommend having this file open while you look through some of the templates to familiarize yourself with the various components and their myriad fields. As you discover a new component in a template, you can refer back to components.gas to find out just what it does. For example, if you were unsure as to the purpose of the screen name field in the above templates common component, just crack open components.gas and do a search on screen name. This should yield a hit in the following line, just under the T component and common heading. Type string, flags localize, doc text seen in game upon mouse over. The two most important parts of any field's line is components in components.gas is the default, and the doc. Just about every field would have a default. There are exceptions, as in this case, and the doc will usually tell you exactly what that field's purpose is. Although this field of the common component doesn't have a default, we'll talk more about defaults later when we get into specializations. Values, okay, values of each field. Specialization is one of the most important aspects of the template system. It is the process by which templates inherit properties, components, fields, and values from other templates. In the simplest terms, templates lower in the tree that specialized templates higher in the tree inherits all of components and fields that appear in the specialist template. Oh, okay, so it acts like an interface or like a subclass. For them, the instance is not often edited by hand. It's created by the Siege editor. 4 types of templates: core templates, base templates, leaf templates, instance templates. Okay, specialization example. I'm not going to read everything. Given the above, you can think of specialization as a snowball effect. Consider the following hypothetical example. Core template defines A, B, and C in file templates. Hypothetical.gas. In stuff.gas, somewhere down the directory tree, base template specializes core template and additionally defines D and E. 2 leaf template 1 and 2 specialize base template. Leaf template 1 defines Bob and 2 defines Sally. Note through specializations, the leaf templates actually possess much more than just Bob and Sally, even though this is the only component that appears in their templates. Okay, this is why leaf templates often appear so small, when in fact they may have inherited a whole slew of components, fields, and values from multiple levels of specializations. For an actual example, let's look at a very small leaf template and trace its specialization trail back to one of the core templates. The following leaf template can be found on DB template regular non-interactive science directional.gas. So it inherits from base sign directional. Okay, base size sign directional is interactive. Interactive. Okay, so basically you have templates which are tells the game engine what your object is, and you can specialize your objects. A bit like in programming with like classes, subclasses, and so on. Okay. All right. Okay. This is in a gas file, okay? The empty component, in this case the placement block, often appears in core templates and simply states that this component must appear somewhere in the template before it can be instantiated by the engine to appear in the world. The placement component really doesn't appear in any templates further down in the chain, but is added to the instance of a template when that object is placed via the Siege editor. Okay, but what I want to know in the long run is how do I attach a script to a gas file or a template or whatever? Because what interests me is writing things in a script file and making it do something in the game. Where was I? Naming conventions, okay. Particularly important when dealing with templates. Two rules must be followed at all times. No two templates must have the same name, and template names must not contain spaces. As far as the naming itself goes, in general, names of templates should be least specific to most specific from left to right. Consider the following tree-leaf template. The line tells the engine of the data type template, so T template. Then specify the template's name, tree GRS Apple 1. Again, all templates must have a unique name system-wide. No two templates may share the same name in any of the gas files residing in any tanks. However, you will receive duplicate template errors when loading up the Siege editor. The engine will read in the first template it finds while parsing the gas files and simply ignore the next template it finds that shares the same name. Back to the name of this template first, its tree designation appears, then GRS, which stands for grass, a world area type, then the exact type of tree, apple, and then the version of that apple tree. If you had three different apple trees that only differ in size, you might name them thusly: tree GRS apple small, medium, large, or they could simply be 1, 2, 3. It's up to you how you like to name your templates, but the following conventions, such as this, is highly recommended. Okay, whatever. I don't care because I'm not going to be creating lots of those. Art assets, placement and naming. I don't care about art. Conclusion. A template defines an object that may be placed using the Siege editor or instantiated by the game engine at runtime. Templates reside in the tree hierarchy, with templates lower in the tree specializing. And therefore inheriting the properties of templates higher than in the tree. Templates contain component blocks made up of fields and values. These values can be overridden by templates lower in the tree. Templates can be named in any way you like, as long as there are no spaces and no two templates are named the same. It's recommended also that template names are prefaced with the mother's or group's initials, e.g. GPG tree JRS Apple 3. Okay. Beyond the scope of. In writing this, it became apparent that there was far more information on entry cases within the topic of templates that would fit within a single 200 level document. As you've read, the beyond the scope of phrase was used a couple of times. I hate that too. If enough demand on time is there, a 300 level document may be called for and uncreated. Some of the topics that may be covered in such a document: P content, veteran analytic templates, armor, performance optimization, game console command reference. Okay, Appendix A, naming conventions, and CG editor template sorting. Doc names. Okay. So I've read templates. Now I need to read Introduction to Dungeon Siege Architecture. What is this? Nis, all Nis comments. Okay, Nis should probably be here now. No, it's not mentioned. All right, so Siege University 301 Introduction to Dungeon Siege Architecture. Introduction. This article covers how objects in Dungeon Siege work. We will discuss how objects are defined, the different types of objects, how they are loaded, and the different systems in the game that can manipulate these objects. This article, in conjunction with Siege University 200, should provide a good overview of how the game works. Hopefully, this article will show you which systems do what, and when you start to write scripts, it will give you a good idea where to look to accomplish different tasks. All right. Game. So what you need for this tutorial? Nothing. This is just an informational article. What this tutorial assumes you have already learned concepts and terminology. Game objects. All of the objects in Dungeon Siege are treated in a similar way. All of the monsters, heroes, even a spell in the spell book are all very similar. The differences between the game objects. Okay, I'm just gonna say geos of the goes. The difference between the goes are the components that are attached to them. Attaching the physics component, for example, will allow an object to simulate moving through the air using physics. A Go without the physics component doesn't have this ability. Organization of Goes. A good way to think of game objects is to compare them to organisms. The Linnaean system sorts organisms into a tree hierarchy. They are split into kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. Kingdoms are the most broad category, while family or genus are much more narrow. For example, animals are in the kingdom of Animalia. Chordata, one of the phylums in Animalia or Animalia, contains all of these creatures that also have a backbone-like structure as well as a few other characteristics. The description of an organism gets more specific as you move down the tree. At the end, it is describing just one organism instead of a group. Just like an organism has DNA that tells you how it is made, game objects have templates. These templates are also sorted into a tree. The high-level templates are called primary branches or roots. The primary branch templates are actor, interactive, non-interactive, trap, emitter, command, elevator, special, test, generator, and UI. All templates, primary branch templates included, are a set of components that define how a Go will act. Templates can be specialized to make a new template. A template that specializes inherits all of the attributes of the parent templates. This new template can add new components or change the values of the existing ones. There can be many levels of specialization. For more information about templates, read 201 templates. Most of the script written for Dungeon Siege took the form of writing special components to attach to Goes to give them a special behavior. Okay. When the game loads a Go, the process can be complicated. In a single player game, it's pretty straightforward. The game loads a Go and then it's ready for action. In multiplayer, it's a little more complex. All Go creation is handled on the server. The server then tells the clients that need to know about a Go to create them as well. If two players are on opposite ends of the map, then they don't need to know about the objects that the other is seeing. Some Go's don't ever need to be loaded on any clients. These are called server-side server-only Go's, and these mainly only consist of control gizmos or triggers. The game automatically detects if a Go can be a server-only Go. Some Go's always need to exist on all of the clients, even if they aren't in that client's frustum. Frustum, it's like the area basically where the player is. These are called old client Go's. The players and their inventories fall into this category. The last special type of Go is the Omni Go. These are not placed in the editor like a normal object. Instead, they are created or cloned in a special way from code or in scripts. So I guess what I need to create is an Omni Go. Because I want to modify the game speed, it needs to exist at all times. These objects do not have a position in the world, so they can never be unloaded. These are useful to keep track of objects that are going to be moving a lot. These are used extensively by the spell system to keep track of enchantments on a go. Each component is more than just a list of properties. There are also functions in that component that can be called from script to affect that go. For example, if you want to make a go run a job, you would access the mine component of that go and run it from there. It's a bit cold. Okay. Go components. These can be added simply by referencing them in the template as an object. Maybe I can zoom this a bit. Okay, so Go components. These can be added simply by referencing them in the template of an object. Here is a list of most of the available components and what they are used for. Actor handles traditional RPG attributes such as skills and alignments. Stores and manipulates the status states information. These are used to indicate if a character is in a state and how long the state lasts. We call anything that has an actor component an actor. This includes players, monsters, and NPCs. Having an actor component requires you to also have attack, body, defend, physics, and inventory components. Aspect, the visual representation of a Go. The aspect also defines how the Go interacts, whether it is currently visible, selectable, usable, collidable, or path blocking. The aspect Go also contains the life and mana for the Go. Another part of the aspect is LOD FI. LOD FI Goes are created locally on each machine. These are non-interactive and depending on their LOD FI value, they can be made to disappear with the game details slider. The aspect component provides control of the chores that a Go can run and can be used to set up blending. Having an aspect component requires that a Go have a placement component. Attack, body, not going to read everything. Common contains common attributes of a Go, also contains all of the triggers for an object. The common component contains membership that is used to determine which Goes can damage each other, immunity to spells, and dynamic party creation. Conversation contains a list of the conversations that this Go can access. The conversation component has controls to select and activate those conversations used in AI talk jobs to control conversations. Defend, info about defense such as armor type and defensive value. It said that an actor needs attack, body, defend, physics, inventory. Which makes sense. Gizmo. Gizmos are objects that show up in the editor, but not the game. If you wanted to make an invisible controller go, then you would put a gizmo on it so you could see it in Siege Editor. Also useful for keeping track of which direction is which on objects where it matters, such as chests. Gold used to set the price of items, also contains info about how gold looks on the ground. Guy, how an object looks in and interacts with the inventory. Inventory defines the inventory layout, can be used to list, equip, remove, or put items in a Go's inventory, into a Go's inventory. Magic, casting magic, blah, blah, blah. Message, storage for text messages to print to the screen. They are stored here for easy localization. Mind, define properties of how an actor uses AI. Specifies which scripts to use for AI, has several high-level AI query and inventory routines to make AI specifically easier. Contains control to run and manage AI jobs. Party defines party light, sets up how dynamic parties form and the AI that they use. The party component has controls for adding and removing actors from the party. This component also handles moving the party information. P content. Specify the P content values on an item, what the power level is, what enchantments the object can have. All of this for the various quality types of a weapon, physics, how an object will fall, burn, break, placement, stores position information about an object, and can get and set the placement of our orientation. Potion, how potion represents its full state. Store manages NPC stores, which items restock, the price of the items, and even if the person can put themselves up for hire. Script components. These can contain custom properties on behavior. Hooking up a new script component is relatively easy. You just need to put the script in the right directory, and then the game will automatically detect it and make it available. Okay. Okay, but you have to explain to me how to do this. Streaming on the frustum. Nodes are the building block of the world's terrain. Nodes have, okay, nodes. Node, the basic building block of terrain. Nodes are individual 3D tiles locked together to create the game world. Nodes can be individually selected and are identified by in Siege Editor by a node GUID. Well, I know what is a GUID. Headed Orc. Yeah, it's not a game that is streamed often. Thank you for the follow. Here, I'm not gonna play the game. I want to make a mod that is going to help me play other mods. Like sometimes when there's no action, I like to be able to move my characters faster. And there is no mod for this apparently to increase the game speed, so I'm trying to make one, but I don't know anything about modding, so I need to learn what are the terminologies and how to write scripts and stuff. However, tomorrow night I'll play the Tutorial Chronicles. Like on every Monday, I play a mod for Dungeon Siege basically. So where was I? Nodes. Okay, so that's basically terrain, tiles of terrain. Okay, so nodes are the building block of the world's terrain. Nodes have connectors where they can be connected to other nodes. These connectors are called doors. Doors can be any size to link to nodes. Typically, we make the door the full size of the connection between the nodes. Doors are used for pathfinding and determining which nodes to stream in. Nodes can be any size or shape. We tend to make them a uniform size and shape to make construction easier. This also limits the number of custom pieces needed. Nodes can be moved with special gizmos called elevators. What's a gizmo again? A logical game object placed and manipulated in Siege Editor. Gizmos are self-contained pieces of script or other functionality that accomplish specific actions in the game. Gizmos are connected or wired to many other objects, actors, and gizmos. Gizmos include things like AI commands, elevators, grid generators, sound and SFX emitters, light manipulators, and lots more. Much of the functionality of triggers will be in activating deactivating gizmos. The trigger itself is a gizmo. Gizmos share the same identifiers as all objects, SCIDs or Go IDs. Identifier, I guess. C identifiers. Global unique identifier, static content, global object. Okay. Okay, so elevators take a node and change which door it is connected to. It can even connect it to a completely separate node. Each node can have a flood area. The flood area is the part that is vulnerable by an actor. I probably do not need to know this, but I'd like to know what exactly is a frustum. A frustum is a big volume that we want the world to be in. The game tries to keep nodes loaded to fill the frustum. Keep nodes loaded. Okay. The frustum has a width and height. These sizes can be modified as part of a mood. Okay. Each character in a game has a frustum. This means that an 8-player MP game has 8 frustums. The center of a frustum is the node that a character is on. This node is called the target node. The game looks at the target node and recursively checks all of the doors on that node, looking for the nodes that are connected by these doors. When the game finds a new node, it loads it. then tries to load the nodes connected to it. The game continues to look for new nodes to load in this fashion until it fills up the frustum or runs to the edge of the world. When the character moves, target node moves with them. Moving the target node causes the frustum to move as well. When nodes that were loaded are no longer in the frustum, they get unloaded. Okay, so it's the basic. Yeah, it's the basic of streaming. Like it's used in other games like Oblivion, Skyrim, and so on. Except in I don't remember if you could do this in Oblivion, but in Skyrim you could change the number of cells around your location to load. But it's a basically it's first time it's used for streaming. That's it. Each region has a list of the static content IDs that are in each node. When a node is loaded, the game looks at the seeds SCIDs in that node and loads them as well. Loaded goes are given go IDs to be able to reference them later. When an object is killed or the node that an object is on gets unloaded, then that object starts to expire. Object is killed or the node. Okay. Expiration is a timer that an object is going to last for before it gets deleted. If an object is expiring because it left the world, then the node it is in is reloaded, then it stops expiring. Okay, so if an object is in an area basically that has been unloaded, it starts a timer. Once the timer is done, that object gets unloaded from memory. But if you go back in the area where that object was, then it's not unloaded. And the timer gets like reset, but it doesn't start again until the the node is unloaded where the object was. Go IDs are a valid way to reference an object until it finishes expiring. Okay. One of the common pitfalls that we run into when making content for the game is how to handle connected objects when they stream in and out. For example, let's say that you wanted to trigger a scripted ambush in the game. You could set up a treasure chest to activate the generator behind the player. The newly generated monsters could then run towards the player. If the generator was far enough away from the treasure chest, then it might not be in the world when triggered, and nothing would happen. In addition to the world frustum, there is also a view frustum. The way that the view frustum works is similar to that of the world frustum. The game determines which nodes are in the view frustum and only draws those. Objects are drawn the same way. If the node that an object is in is drawn, then the object itself will be drawn. Fog can decrease the amount that is drawn, but those nodes are still loaded. Systems. There are several game systems in Dungeon Siege. These control different parts of the game. The systems can be accessed from scripts to perform different actions to affect goals or the world as a whole. Here is a list of the most important systems and some of the functions they serve. AI query, camera agents. Use to control the position of the camera. You can offset the camera position or transition it to a new point. The camera agent is used for NIS camera control. What is NIS? Content DB can be used to get information from a Ghost template. You can also create formulas and evaluate them with the system. Game Monitor can be used to set global named values. You can use this to set when a global event has occurred, or if there is a global value that needs to be saved, it can be stored with this. The GoDB handles low-level goal manipulation. You can create new goals from a template or make a copy of an existing goal. You can also delete a goal in about 25 different ways. You can use the GoDB to set seed bits Set bits store information about the Go that can store its state. This provides much lower memory usage than just saying everything about an object. Another use of the GoDB is to watch another Go. When you are watching a Go, you get a carbon copy of the message that was sent to it. MCP Manager is used to make chore requests to the MCP. I don't know what is MCP. Chores are used by the AI jobs. Chores can move the character and play different animations. Moods are the ambient mood in the game. Things like fog, rain, and the music playing are all part of the mood. The mood system can be used to set which mood is being played or what parts are being used from the different players' moods. You can also change which music tracks are playing. Physics handles simulation of objects. This is used to explode objects or flip a weapon when it is dropped on the ground. Physics can also be used to create areas of damage, either from explosions or just an area that does damage. The rule system handles gameplay code. This includes chances to hit, determining and applying damage, even awarding experience. CGFX manages FX scripts. You can use CGFX to start local or global effects, and when you are done with them, you can turn them off. You can also use CGFX to store temporary positions. Server is used to keep track of the players that are in the game. You can get a local player, all of the players in the party, or all of the players in an MP game. The victory system manages parts of the game related to major gameplay events like quests or winning the game itself. You can use the victory system to assign quests and advance them through the various states. You can then complete the quest when it's done. Chapter transitions are handled through victory. You can also set up victory conditions and check them through the victory system. The world system is useful for drawing debug HUDs in the game. World, I need this world because I need to use okay, world options, game speed. Okay, it's not the same. World terrain system is used to move nodes and connect or disconnect doors. So doors is what connects a node to another one. All of the elevators were written using the world terrain system. The hub teleport paths are just node transition and connections. Remind me, what is an elevator? Let's explain it here. Maybe it is an actual elevator because you do have elevators in the game. Nodes can be moved with special gizmos called elevators. Elevators take a node and change which door it is connected to. Oh, okay. You can change the door, basically. Okay. You can even connect it to a completely separate node. Oh, it's like, for instance, you put like a portal in your map, and you can have it connect to like an area that is in a completely different area of the game. Each node can have a floored area. The floored area is the part that is blockable by an actor. Yeah, I read this. I read this earlier, but my brain did not register. Conclusion: we have talked about how objects work in Dungeon Siege. You should now have a basic understanding about how different objects are constructed. Also, how some of the different systems that work on those objects function. All right, and now we can get to what actually needs to make these mods. Scripts. So Scrypt is the name of the custom programming language used in Dungeon Siege. Scrypt was developed internally at JPG by this. I read this earlier. serves as a layer of glue between the content and the code beneath it, and was used to create some of the major game features in Dungeon Siege. This tutorial should show you where you can use Scrit in DS and what you can do with it. This article should also serve as a reference on the different things you can do with Scrit. Okay, so I read those. I mean, 200, I did not read everything. But I just go back to it. I just go back to it when I have a doubt. To understand how Scrit is used, first you need to know a little about the way the game is organized. We call all of the objects in the game goes. This includes the players, enemies, and trees, even spells in the best spell book. Pretty much everything you can see is a go. Each go has a set of components that describe it. The list of components is a blueprint that the game uses to create a go. These lists of components and values are called templates. For more information on templates, see Sage University section 201. When specifying the template of a Go, you can hook up C++ components that handle the common or speed critical aspects of the game. If you want to do anything that isn't already supported by the engine, then that is where Scrit comes in. You can create a component out of Scrit to handle the special case features, and due to the ease of development, we have created entire systems in the game using Scrit. Each component has a series of properties that are used by the underlying system to control how a Go works. For example, the aspect component, a C++ component, controls how a Go looks in the game. The aspect defines the model, texture, scale, and a slew of other properties. Scrit components are hooked the same way as C++ components and add special behavior to a Go. Hooked the same way as C++ components and add special behavior to a Go. What, you have C++ components? Not all Scrit is hooked up as a Go component. AI behaviors, for example, are also defined in Scrit. The scripts are then hooked into the mind component, a C++ component that manages AI. The mind component then uses the different scripts to control each job that an actor can run. Each AI job can respond to stimuli in the world and give actions to the actor that to run based on those stimuli. Script also controls each animation chore that an actor can run. The script handles updating the animation and special key events placed in the animation. If an artist makes an attack animation, they want to have the damage calculated at the precise time. So they put in an event key when they want the action to occur. The script that is handling the animation can detect that key and respond accordingly. These scripts also control the blending of different animations. For example, if an archer needs to bend over to shoot something low on the ground, then the script combines multiple animations to get the archer shooting in the right place. We even have the ability to tweak an animation or even animate a whole object procedurally in Scrit. Here is an example of how to hook up a Scrit component to an object. First, we make our Scrit and place it where it needs to go. Test Scrit.Scrit, startup, state, my state, event on enter state, do something here. Then we make our test object, put it in an existing gas file, our test object in test.gas. Okay. Test Scrit. There are a lot of different ways that Scrit components are used. Command gizmos. These objects are placed in the editor and are linked to other objects to manipulate them. These commands can perform actions like moving the camera, moving an actor, or playing a special animation as part of a special scripted sequence, or even something as simple as toggling if a door can be opened. Level designers will place the gizmo, then set up a trigger in the level to activate the gizmo. The gizmo is pretty much just a stripped down Go with a script attached that looks for that activate message, then responds accordingly. Screvs, scripted events. These are only found in the Yesterhaven map that was released by the PC Gamer magazine. When a sequence in the game gets too complex, having separate common gizmos is difficult to debug and time consuming to set up. For these more complex scripting needs, we have found that it works out better to combine all of the functionality into one controller gizmo. These are triggered just like a normal command gizmo. Setup in the level is as simple as placing the pieces of the event and linking them all to the screv. Spells. Spells are found in the world as pages for a spell book. The functionality for the spell is contained in a script component attached to the spell object. When the AI wants to cast a spell, it sends a message to the spell. The spell waits for the message from the AI and then can create visual effects, make explosions, launch projectiles, enchant a hero, or whatever the script is made to do. Doors, chests, buttons, levers, and every other interactive object in the game. Okay, interactive objects. Okay. When the player clicks on a usable object, the engine sends a message to that object. These objects can have these objects have script components that wait for a message saying that they were used. Then they animate, send messages, block and block terrain, drop items, etc. Scripts interacts differently depending on which system is using them. A Go script component is attached to a Go. These scripts can manipulate objects relative to the Go they are a part of. Manipulate objects relative to the Go they are a part of. The component could manipulate its Go directly, look at the messages that Go gets, look at objects near that Go, be linked in the editor to another Go, do something when the attached Go is updated, create new Goes, move Goes, or give them AI commands. Some scripts have specific functions that are called from code. The Mood Manager, for example, has a script function manage moods, which is the only way it is updated. These types of scripts do not have the normal setup, just the functions. Script interacts with Goes and the world by using function calls in the engine. Dungeon Siege is an object-oriented world, and each Go component or subsystem has functions that can be called to work with that object or system. For example, if we have a Go script component and want to act upon the object that the script is attached to, if we have a Go script component and want to act upon the object that the script is attached to, we can look at the owner of the script. The owner of that script. If we want to act upon the inventory of the Go that the component is attached to, we call the get inventory function of the owner Go. More about the different Go components and game systems can be found in the Siege 301. A link to lists of the various systems and functions in them can be found in Appendix D. Fuck man, I need some food. I need a refill of tea also. All right, so grid layouts. That's a fairly long chapter, this one. Grid layouts. The majority of scripts are built around a state machine. A state machine provides the base of the logic that runs the script. State machines allow you to specify different rules based on what state you are in. Dungeon Siege has states in the game as well as states in scripts. A good example of this are NISs. When the game is in an NIS, it has different rules than normal. For example, during an NIS, the player cannot move the camera or issue commands to his or her party. Here is a sample state machine based on a traffic light. But what is an NIS? Still haven't found the answer to my question. So rules for a traffic light state machine. 3 different states, green, yellow, red. A car approaching the light we will treat as an event. We will have different rules for what the cars will do when they approach, when the light is in the different states. We can also have rules for what will happen when they transition between states. If the state is green, then a driver can go through. If the state is yellow, then the driver will go through if he or she is close or will stop if not. If the state is red, the driver must stop. If the state goes from red to green, then all stopped cars can go through. In addition to providing the structure for a script, states also separate different parts of the script. Each state can have variables, functions, and event handlers that only are active in that state. There can also be global variables functions, and event handlers that can be accessed from any states. While states do provide the structure for a script, they do not cause anything to happen by themselves. All of the code that gets run in a script is a result of an event. The basic layout for a script is as follows. All of the global parts of the script and properties can be accessed from anywhere within the script. Basic layout. Properties, global event handlers, global variables, global functions, state machine. The contents of a state can only be accessed when the state they are in is active. Each state in the state machine can contain local variables, local event handlers, local functions. Okay, so you have global stuff, and each state has local stuff, but they can be accessed from states also, the global things. Properties. Properties are values that can be used inside the script. But they can also be set from outside the script. These can be set when the script is attached to an object, or when a script object is run. Properties are very useful since scripts can be used by multiple objects. You can make them use the same script but specify different behaviors by using properties. My brain needs to process this. Okay, syntax, property type, variable name, default value, document text, arguments, type of the object can be float, integer, boolean, string, as well as types from the game like GoID or Siege Bus. Variable name, name of the variable, value to use if not overwritten, description of the property, example, property string effect script, my script doc, name of the Siege effect script to play, property float delay equals 3. Doc equals delay before starting effect. Variables. Variables are used to store data to be used later. Variables have a certain scope. You create a variable inside a function. It can only be used in that function. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like programming stuff. I mean, it makes sense to me because I used to be a programmer. Likewise, if you create a variable that isn't inside a function, it can be used anywhere. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. So you create a variable that isn't inside a function or state, then it can be used everywhere. Variables and properties are very similar. The big difference being that you can access properties from outside the script. Okay, variables are local to the script. Okay. Type of data to store, name, initial value. Okay, so it's pretty much like C++. Functions are a way to keep a script readable and prevent duplicated code. With a function, you can write some code, then call it from multiple other places. Functions like variables have scope. Functions inside states can only be used in those states, and functions not in any state can be used anywhere. Okay, so it's very similar to C++. Return type, type to return when the function finishes. You can return any type that you can use as a variable type. This is an optional parameter. You can leave it off or set it to void if you don't want to return anything. If you have a return type, then you must include a return type in your function. Function name. Names need to be unique in the script. This function will take the two values passed in, then return the sum of those numbers. Okay. We can then call our function. Okay, blah, blah, blah. States script has a built-in state machine and all of the controls needed to make it run. In a script with a state machine, there is a startup state. This state is the active state when the script is created. Only events that are handled by the current active state or our global events are processed. Here's a startup state. This state is the active state when the script is created. Only events that are handled by the current active state or global events are processed. Okay. Startup state, state name, arguments, state name, name of the state. State names are used to switch states. You can name a state pretty much whatever you want without needing to define it first. A script state machine starts in the startup state. You can make any state the startup state. Okay. Handling script events. Script is an event-driven language. This means that most of the time it sits idle and only runs when certain special events are triggered. This keeps script performing well even though it is a scripting language. The script specifies which event it is looking for and the code that will be executed as a result of that event. Here are some useful events. See the script reference for the complete list. On entry state, event that happens anytime the state is entered. On exit state, event that happens anytime you leave a state. On timer, event that happens when a timer that has been created fires. There are some events that are specific to the system that drives them, such as on Go handle message, only available on Go script components. With this, you are able to respond to events that happen to the Go the script is attached to. On world message, only available through AI. One of the most common events for scripts to use are message handlers. You can set up a script to wait for a specific message and then do something when it happens. Messages in Dungeon Siege come in many different types. Each type of message has a different world event that it sends. There are over 100 world events. Here are some of the most useful. You can see the reference at the end of this doc for the complete list. Object entered the world Froston. Sent to objects to tell them to start doing their thing, frequently used in scripts and triggers in the level. Frequently used in scripts and triggers in the level. Triggers are a very fast way to respond to an event. They can only fire on a specific value. This code block will get run with the script timer with ID 1 fires. Okay, so now I start to understand what Starfall sent me. Hold on, because I have something in the oven. I'll be right back. Okay, so maybe I could attach like a script to the player or something. Owner go script component. Okay, so let's see triggers. Is that a trigger? No. Startup. So here he has his startup state. He probably prints a message at the top of the screen with the difficulty, sets the game speed to 1, set state, speed modify. So now we enter this state speed modify. He specify an event on entry state, which is executed right away because it's enter state. On enter state triggers event. Okay, there's the event. Event like a trigger, but you can access the data. You can access the data. What data? Event type on enter state. Event properties, this is optional because it's brackets. These are the properties that correspond to the event type that is being used. These properties can be accessed inside the event handler. Example, this event handler will get called every time a message is sent to the Go that this script is attached to. It only does something when the message contains a specific world event. State on go handle message. If it's we rec activate or deactivate, says state go and stop. Transition, change between states. Okay, so here he has an interstate. He stores the the current game speed if over time equals true. If over time this create timer 1.0. So I need to know what is create timer. Like it probably triggers this and this. And this triggers this. But I don't know what the rest is doing. Or if it's even useful to me. Transition, change between states. Transition, this or this. This code block will run when the entered world message is received. This will also change the active state in the state machine. State, another state, transition. State name, event type equals optional code to execute, optional. Okay. Other script keywords. This it refers to the script itself. Script has built-in timers that can be used to run code at different times. Timers are part of the script, not part of the object they are attached to. You use the keyword to access the timers. Timers are local to the state they are in. If you change states, local timers will be deleted. Timers are part of the script, not part of the object they're attached to. You use the keyword to access the timers. Timers are local to the state they are in. If you change states, local timers will be deleted. If you want to make a timer in one state and respond to it in another, then you will need to make it a global timer. Here are the functions used to create timers. Int create timer. Float time from now. Create a timer with an automatically assigned ID. This function will return that ID. So create timer 1 ID and time from now. Okay, so here it creates a timer with ID 1, and this timer is going to start in 1 second from now. Same thing, but ID 2. That means you enter the startup state. We immediately go to the speed modify state. As soon as we enter the speed modify state, we create two timers with ID 1 and 2. After 1 second, 1 and 2 get triggered, so it starts executing this and this. This seems to execute itself. Create timer 1, speed delta 0.25. And this seems to create this one, which itself triggers this one, and then this one, this one. And then when the script is, or when the object that is tied to this script is killed, we do some cleanup, so we stop everything. Reset the game speed to normal. So now the question is, how do I override the limit of 1.2 that is the max game speed? How do I attach this script to a game object? But the thing is that when I'm reading this script, it does not even do what I'm trying to do. So I don't know why Starfall sent this. Create frame timer. Creates a timer based on number of frames its function will return an ID. Yeah, but you cannot. Yeah, it's not a good idea because, like, if the game runs at 30 FPS or 200 FPS, it's not going to execute at the same time. Destroy timer. Destroy the timer with a certain ID. I guess you need to destroy timers and you know. Set timer global. Change if the timer is local or global. Add timer seconds. You can add seconds to an existing timer. Set new timer seconds. Okay. So this create timer, make a timer that will fire in 15.3 seconds. Make the timer global. Okay. Set the timer to repeat forever. Set timer repeat count. Okay, so if it needs to repeat itself, why he didn't put set timer repeat count instead? I don't know, man. I have no knowledge of scripts. Owner. The owner of a script is what the script is a part of. This is normally a GoScript component. GoScript component. or scripts attached to objects or an aspect for an animation scripts. You can use the owner variable to access the object that a script is attached to. Example, this will store the Go ID of the object that a script component is attached to in the variable myObject. MyObject, Go owner Go ID. Set state. The active state of a script can be changed a couple of ways. Set state. The first is transitioning when receiving an event. The second is setting the state directly. You can set the active state by using the set state command. This will change the state when getting to the end of the current block of code. If you want to change the state immediately, you can use the return command after setting the state. Okay, which is what he's doing here. All right, so set state, okay. Include, can include all the scripts. This is useful if you have command functions that you would like to use in multiple scripts. This reduces the amount of time spent in maintenance and also keeps scripts simple. Include script name. So just like in C++, at when trying to time multiple actions in script, it would be unwieldy to try to have separate states for every action. You can use the at keyword to run a function at a specific time after entering a state. So you could have used at here instead, no? Oh, if over time this, otherwise this. It's one or the other. Okay. So step one at one frame. After one frame in this state, execute this code. After 2 seconds in this state, execute this code. Example, Gremel Hunter. The following example was taken from the mod Gremel Hunter. This mod was developed at GPG to serve as an example for mod developers like you. The idea behind Gremel Hunter is that the players enter an enchanted forest area where many Gremels live. The players may choose the path of good, players that use nature magic, or evil, players that use combat magic. The good player will save Gremels from cages that appear around that map. The good Gremels then follow their good master to try to help him fight against the evil player. The evil player will hunt wild Gremels and Gremels that are helping the good player. The following example is how one would go about creating the script that creates the Gremels in cages and handles the good player releasing them from those cages. This script will reside on the cage that contains the Gremel and will have access to all of the messages that that cage receives. State machine. First thing we want to do is set up that state machine. It's good practice to have a startup state and transition out of it before you do any real work. Since DS has a streaming world, you can run into some problems if you try to execute script as soon as the state machine starts running. Startup state, then transition out of it before you do any real work. Okay. Wait here until we want to spawn our Gremel. Spawn the Gremel. Wait until our cage is used. Go here if we don't want to spawn the Gremel. State transitions. Now that we have a base state machine set up, we want to be able to transition between the states. We want to have a Gremel in the cage as soon as possible. So we want to go to the spawn state as soon as the cage enters the world. There are a lot of different ways that we could set up the transition to the spawn state. Below are some of the common ways that we change between the different states. Triggers are nice since they are very efficient. They are also very simple. Okay, so as soon as he's created, goes into the spawn state. Using an event, we get access to the message. This is good if we need to see whom the message is from. I'll look at data passed with the message. Okay. Transitions are good if you need to organize a lot of state changes. It makes it very easy to read a lot of transitions. Can see everything together. We only need one transition here though. But why are they talking about a transition when they don't use it after? We just want to do something when we get the event, so we will just use the trigger. So our new script will look like this. Okay. So script is created. Wait until the object, the game object that is tied to this script gets created. Go to the spawn state. Everything goes. Now that we have set up the basics of setting up a script state machine, we can move into the specifics of this example. There are several ways that goes can be referenced. SCIDs, Go IDs, and Go pointers. SCID stands for Static Content Identifier. These are generated by Siege Editor and are unique for every object that is placed in a map. When an object is loaded, it gets a Go ID associated with it. Go ID stands for Game Object Identifier and should be valid until the game object is unloaded. We also have Go pointers. There are no guarantees how long a Go pointer will be valid for. Only objects that are placed in the editor have SCIDs. It's most common to store the Go ID for an object and use that to get the Go and modify that. There are a couple of ways to create a Go. We can use pcontent, delete pcontent, or just clone the Go. Pcontent is nice since it allows you to create any number of objects and makes it really easy to specify which ones to create. It doesn't work with actors like the Greml though. Delete pcontent has all of the advantages of pcontent, but can be used to create actors and can be created multiple times. Both can cause hitching if too much is created, but delete causes the hitching right when you are trying to use the object. Cloning the object has less overhead than using the pcontent system, but only allows you to create one Go. To create our cage to Greml, we only need to create one object, so we can just clone him. We want to create the Greml as soon as we enter the spawn state. So we'll use the event onEnterState to know when to create him. Our script has become spawn creates a new Go ID. Okay, new Go ID equals GoDB as clone Go clone rec. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Make a clone request. We want to use the template name of the Gremlin we want to create to make the clone request. Want to create the Gremlin in the same place as the cage. To get the position of the cage, we first need to get a Go pointer for the cage. Owner is the Go script component, and we can use this to get the Go that the script is attached to. Owner.go is that Go. After we have the Go of the cage, we can access the components on that cage. Placement is the name of one of the C++ components that a Go can have. One of the properties of the placement component is the position. We also want the spawn Gremlin to have the same orientation of the cage. Okay, make sure the Gremlin is on the ground. Finally, submit the request to create the Gremlin. This will return the Go ID of the new Gremlin, so we can reference it later. New Go ID, GoDB as clone Go clone rec. Interacting with Go's. It's just a grain of rice. So now that we have our Gremlin in the cage, we want to be able to have the cage interact with the player. Any object that is usable, an option in the aspect component of the template, will display a different cursor showing that the object is usable. Like the hand in the case of the Dungeon Siege. When a player clicks on the usable object, then the engine sends a message to that object with the world event we rec use. The object then needs to have a script that looks for the message and responds accordingly. We can look at the use message and figure out who is trying to use the cage by looking at whom the message came from. We want to find out when a player is trying to use the cage. When they use it, we will check if they are a good player, or if they are, then break open the cage and have the Gremlin follow them. If the player is evil, then we won't let them open the cage, but we'll instead tell them they are not allowed to use it. The way we know that we are being used is that we get the we rec use message. So we will use the onGo handle message event. We also need to access to the contents of the message, so we cannot use a trigger. We need to use it as an event. Okay. So basically, onGo handle message is trigger, but with an additional parameter that allows you to access other things, like who sent the event and its properties and so on. And Go is going to get a lot of messages. We need to make sure to respond only to the one we are looking for. So we need to check the event to see if it is the use event. We rec use. Now that we know that we received the use event, we need to figure out which player used the cage. We can do this by inspecting the message that was passed. Need to save the Go ID of the person who used the cage. This is who will be the master of the Gremlin. Look who sent the use message. Store that ID in master. And then you check if master is evil or good. Now that we know who used the cage, we can check to see what actions we should perform. For Gremlin Hunter, the nature magic users are the good side, and combat magic users are the evil side. We need to make sure that the player doesn't have any combat magic skill if they want to free a Gremlin. Player skills are part of the actor component on a Go. So we take the Go ID we got from the message, so this, then get the Go of the player. So master.go. From the player's Go, we can access the actor component, then look at the player's skills. Master.go.actor.get skill level, combat magic. If it's bigger than 001, evil. Otherwise, good. But if a player has 0 in everything, it would it would be considered good. Anyway, printing messages. For the final part of our script to handle the case that the player is trying to use our cage is the wrong alignment, we need to communicate this to the player. To do this, we can print text to the screen saying what is going on. Text we want to print to the screen is stored in the template of an object to allow for easier translation to different languages. Stored in the template of an object to allow for easier translation to different languages. We can use the Go ID that we got from we rec use message. We can use the Go ID that we got from the we rec use message to figure out which machine to write the text on. Report.translate will select the correct version of the localized text to print out. We did not localize this text, so this will only be able to select the English version. Here is how we write out the text. Report as screen. Generic F. Report as screen. Report translates to evil. Final template. Report as screen. Master Go player machine ID. Report translate. Owner Go get message to Evo. Hook up the script to the cage object. GPG GH generator cage. Final script. Custom generator to handle the caged grammars. Okay, you can check if you're in the siege editor. Okay, spawn the grammar. We break use. Master is valid. Master is valid. I guess you need to check if the ID actually exists. Otherwise, try to use stuff on master and it doesn't exist. And one message. Upgrade the grammar to a melee version instead of the caged version. Bust the cage. Conclusion. This concludes the CGU article on script. You should now understand how some of the common parts of script work. This article contains a lot of reference information, so hopefully it will be useful for you when you are writing scripts of your own. Good luck. Keywords, script events. Name. Script components. Script bot, AI job, world events. UI, basic gameplay elements, basic gameplay events, MCP and admin, AI sensors, game systems and functions. There are 2 files with extended information available for download. Note, Microsoft still hosts these 2 documents as of this article posting. Reset game speed. Class word options singleton. Okay. Deep modding, DLL extensions. All right, so now comes the interesting part. How do we go? How do we go to implement that mod? Okay, let me put some music. Fuck me, man. Ah, fuck it. Take a screenshot, you know where I was in the playlist, the backing track playlist. But I had the wrong window focused. I didn't pay attention. Not animation, straight auto. We do not have scripts in here. Backend options. Options. Was it game? Was in game, right? Options, game speed. Search for speed. Game speed minus game speed plus. Template text. The slider. On change, notify slider change game speed. Increase or decrease the passage of time. Minimum value 0, step value 10, max value 100. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Justify text plus text minus text game speed. Group options game 1. Almost everything is part of options game 1. But I want to know, can I hook this up? Like, can I edit the UI and can I hook this up? And this probably gets overridden by the LOA version. Like here I'm working on the... Because here you have tutorial tips. After that you have difficulty. Text difficulty, button difficulty. Button more, button back. Disable messages from people in zone match. Uh, is this like a fucking event or is it inside the game engine? Slider change game speed. Okay, what else do you have? On button press, notify, toggle option, game tutorial tooltip, tooltip, and play sound. Okay, first I'm gonna modify this, see if it reflects in the game. Even though it's not here that I need to change stuff. Also, I need to check in Legends of Arana if you have the same stuff. UI, interfaces, backend, options, game, options, game. Yeah, you have the same file. Okay. I'm going to ignore the expansion for now. We're going to work with the base game. So I'm gonna go here. This is for the base game. So it's gonna go here. Now we're going to open this. Extract. Okay, here. Extract. It's gonna take a while to. Yeah, it's going to take a while because you have 300 megs. Okay. 400 megs. I've got everything in here. This I can close. There was UI, interfaces, backend, options, game. Feed. Let's say we remove the slider. Save this. DSLOE mod. Mini image. Okay, so it did load my stuff. Like this has been removed. Is there a way to reload stuff? Reload will give you options of what to reload. Ghost, content DB, world. Cool. With bots. Good. Okay, didn't like the reload full. Okay, let's say on change commented out. I'm going to add this as a non-Steam game, so it's faster for me to boot. Wait, it counts as running Dungeon Siege? Okay, so here it was 2 and then 12. Here it's 0.2 up to 1.2. Dude, I don't remember which process I need to kill. Because Steam detects The game is still running. Okay, so I can forget about this one. What I can try to do is attach something to the player. I want to know, like when you press the two hotkeys that control the game speed, if I have access to the code that handles this, and if I can override it. So we go back to UI config. Need to find where it was. I'm just gonna use everything. It's config input bindings. Speed. Slider change speed. Game speed maximize. Okay, so slider change game speed. It's only here. Game speed up. It's nowhere, man. Brain hero. DSX. Options. Key content. Brain Hero. That's the velocity, run speed, reset speed, camera command, game speed, direct camera command. I'm guessing that camera command is for cutscenes, because it would make sense to have the game reset the speed to 1.0 for cutscenes. And here he restores the original speed. Component magic. Of the Swift, of the Speedy. So basically, yeah, this is something I have to write from scratch because I cannot find anything in the game. I really don't know what to do, man. Okay, so let's see. This I probably don't need anymore. This script most likely does nothing. It's probably because of the high resolution stuff that I'm using. That the game is fucking up. Fuck, I pressed the wrong fucking shit. Game already running. I'm probably not going to accomplish anything tonight, to be honest. Because I read the documentation, but I still have no idea where to start. Because I was thinking about like overwriting some existing code, but the thing is that there is no existing code, it's inside the game engine. Wait, that works? How does that work? Bro, his code works, but I have no idea why it works. I mean, technically, I don't need any of this. If over time... speed plus equal speed inc. Speed loops. Speed increment minus 0.1, speed delta 0.25. Duration cooldown. Like the owner is ghost crit component. Must live in world content.db components or a subdirectory. The owner of a script is what the script is a part of. This is normally a GoScript component for scripts attached to objects or an aspect for animation scripts. The thing that I don't understand is why is the script working? Like, how does it respond to the when I press the plus and minus keys to change the speed of the game? Like, where does it listen to whatever event this is? World Content DB components. But I'd like to understand this script because I have no idea how it works. I mean, I know I get what it's doing, but how is this script getting triggered? I have no idea, man. Also, what is that speed loop? Unless wait, unless the game speed, unless the script is actually not doing anything, and it's the SLOE mod that is overriding the game speed. Let's try something. Yeah, I think it's alloy mod that is overriding. It's alloy mod that is overriding something. Bro, I have to test. I have to fucking pack this every time to test it because in the SLOM mod, you can set whatever speed you want. Dude, I picked the wrong mod to make. I'm gonna get more food. I'll probably do nothing tonight. All right, so let's pack whatever he gave me, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. I mean, I will not know until I make it. Um, mm, where did I put it? Okay, so let's try to make this. Yeah, no, it does nothing. Input bindings. How do I find the player? Okay, what I can put is spam this. I can spam this, it's gonna show up. So just so that I know like that my script is loaded. My script is not my script, but this script is loaded if it spams this in at the top. Nothing is loaded. Okay, I closed everything. Maybe I can search for hero. And hero. Heroes that guess. Brain hero, job listen. Okay. Attach it to a template. Oops, wrong window. So attach it to a template. Yeah, maybe it's not the best mod. Because if I were to like work on like existing stuff, that would be much easier. But I'm there's no existing stuff for what I'm trying to do. Okay, so I'm going to reread this. Put it in an existing gas round. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to restore whatever I put in the bin. But do I place them at this? Like, is it loaded? But like, I need to like add it to a template. Content DB templates. Regular. Let's do actor. Food. Copperhead allies. Fuck, there is some Copperhead stuff in there. I forgot where I put it. Okay, I'm going to re-delete all of this. Re-extract everything. Okay. World content DB. Components, let's put in generic. These are just scripts, okay? Templates, regular. Special. Actors. Good. Heroes. Giant party members. PSX, NPC, PA. NPC. Evil. PSX, Krug. Going to put this on the Krug. Oh, okay, push the wrong one again. I'm guessing the Krug is going is going to execute the script multiple times. But I just want to see if I can like make the script like load or something at least. Hero template, yeah, but I need to find the hero template. Nothing's happening. Okay, so nothing's happening. Of course, nothing's happening. It's test script. I forgot to change the name. No, nothing's happening. Like, is it supposed to like print something at the top or in the console? I don't know. Yeah, this makes more sense. The hero template. Fuck, I closed everything again. Hero. There's heroes and brain hero. Okay, so heroes. Template, T template, and hero. What does N stand for? We're gonna put this. Like I'm just like following what this is describing here. Dungeon Siege. Like I'm modifying the wrong one. Oh, it's not finding anything. What the fuck is this? Wait, only shows siege nodes. Wait, it doesn't search anything. Components generic. Wait, where's... Like, I just closed Hero. Templates, regular, actors, good, heroes. I put my script. Doesn't just fucking stop the game, man. Bro, it doesn't... Jesus fucking Christ, it doesn't stop the game. Okay, I'm gonna leave Steam.
A long time ago, on the continent of Arana,
Oh, it works.
The once magnificent empire of stars had crumbled into oblivion, paralyzed by its own power-hungry legions, and torn asunder by an ancient and merciless.
Alright, so let's try this. Numpad 1, numpad 2. Gonna go up to 5. Alright, let's try this. Yes, numpad 2, 1. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, so I need EQs, DS, DLL. Okay, do I have EQs, DS, DLL? I think I should. EQ LOA, I do. Is key pressed. EQ, DS, DLL. Yeah, list of the functions. Is key pressed, but do you have a list of the keys? That's a big ass file. Key. Is key pressed. Get async key state. Get async key state. Change the file extension from ds.dll to ds2.dll if you want to use it with dsmod. ds2.dll. Okay. I just copy paste maybe. Let's try ds2.dll. No, nothing happens on 1 and 2. Like by default, like can I go up to 10? And then 0 0.1, 0 0.001. Hmm. Like this key, I don't know what it is. Let's bring the ASCII table, maybe. ASCII table. Key code table. $97. Numpad 1. Should be numpad 1, but like it doesn't work. EQ, DS, DLL. I try this one. Normally it should be the same DLL. Wait, it's not the same? It seems like I don't have the right DLL because like this one is 20 kilobytes. I think I got it from CFAR. I need to check. Yeah, it came from CFAR 2004. I mean, I'm gonna try everything. I don't understand because here I'm gonna run DSLOE mode again, but Steam still detects the game as running, but it just works. So I don't know, man. Like I know it has to do with the Smart Secure DRM, but I don't remember how to kill it. Separate functions are nearly identical. Is that a new error? I don't know. No, 1 and 3 doesn't work, man. Okay, I'm just gonna copy paste this again. Maybe I fucked something up with the... Maybe the fact that the game is supposedly still running, it doesn't reload something? I don't know. Doesn't do anything. Okay, I'm gonna copy paste the first script. Okay, so I'm not doing anything else. I just saved the other ongoing mod. If this doesn't work, it means it means there's something here that needs to be reloaded. Yeah, it works. You can see like this changing. Okay, we're gonna put on go update just to see if it spams something. Doesn't spam anything. Actually, does it spam in the console? Maybe it spams in the console. I didn't check the console. I didn't see anything in the console. There's nothing in the console. Okay, what if I remove Toriac wrinkles? You know what? I'm going to remove every single mob. I'm gonna remove all of my mods. Oh, okay, so I have to put back the owner. Okay, so by default it's script objects. Okay. Yeah, because I was ignoring all the others. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that works. All right. Well, Staffel did all the work, man. All right. So now, what we need is to because it's increasing the speed way too fast. So states, how do you change to another state? There was transition. Transition between states. Change state. The transition change between states. Set state. Okay, so state, set state. Wait. This. How do I switch to a state after, let's say, 0.5 seconds? When trying to time multiple actions in script will be run the function at a specific time after entering a state. After 2 seconds in the states, execute this code. Okay. Let's do this. Step 1. After, let's say, 1 second. set the state back to monitor. Okay, let's try this. So as soon as we increase the game speed, we switch to wait. That means it should no longer respond to the key presses. Actually, is key released? Let me see. Functions. Is key pressed? It's just his key pressed. Okay. Okay, so let's try this because we want to block the input. That means I can put this back. Did I make an error like my syntax? I don't think so. Okay, so it cannot go faster than 1 second. Strange. It slows down the. Interesting. Oh, okay. Apparently the second here. The second here is tied to the speed of the game, bro. So 1 second at half speed is equal to 2 seconds. All right. So we're gonna count the number of frames. Oh no, let's say 60 frames. Gonna do this. This. Okay, so we're gonna try this, and we're going to remove the DLLs, the extra DLLs. So EQ. Let's remove. Okay, let's remove these two for now. This one I'm going to put here. So let's try 60 frames. Bro, how long is that fucking playlist? Oh, it kept going? Nice. They didn't do it for the first album that I put. Oh, it's because I picked a song in the middle of the album, that's why. Oh, okay, frames works perfect. All right, we're gonna put 10 frames, maybe 5 frames. Let's try 10 frames. Okay, let's try. That's perfect. Let's do code 4 point. Let's do 9.9. All right, so let's try this again. I just want to make sure it doesn't go. Well, it doesn't really matter if it goes at 10.1 instead of 10. Let's do 4.9. Okay, so let's try 4.9. All right, that works. So, I'm going to put this up to 9.9. I don't know if it needs a parameter. Game speed. Let's call it game speed limits. Game speed limits. Increased game speed limits. Okay. So let's retest this. I'm not going to ignore the error this time. The errors. I need to check if there is like a problem in the script. Okay, so DigiVoodoo. Duplicate template detected. Scorpion. Scorpion. Warning, local variable delta never reference. Orb chain attack. Balrog. Fair duration. No weighted corners. No errors. Okay, no problem. However, my keys do not work anymore. I guess you do need that float in the parameter. Yeah, that works. That works like I wanted to. So what we're going to do now is try to pack it into to try to tank it. World content DB. World content DB. So I can delete all of this. I can delete this. I'm just gonna copy paste this in here. Tools, tank creator. AI, I don't care. Global dir, I don't care. Content DB. Templates, regular actor. Oh, it's only going to work for regulars, no? For regular. Templates, regular. Components generic. Alright. Template. Regular actors. Goods. Heroes. Okay, so normally I should have just 2 files in here. 3 files. What do you mean 3 files? 2 files, okay. I don't know why it showed 3 files. Alright. So now we go here. Gonna make a new folder in here. With this. Tank reader. Source. This. Test.tsres. Create. Resources. Tests. Now we try the normal game. No, that doesn't work. I think that's annoying is that maybe it's because of the SLOA mod that I'm able to increase the game speed. I don't know. Doesn't seem to work. So let's try again the SLOE mod. See if it still works. It still works. I'm going to make to put custom message. Alright, so let's trade this. I did a couple of traces. I want to see if the script at least executes, but it seems to execute because earlier I was limiting the speed to 5. But report, does it write to a log or does it display something on screen? Anyway. Report as screen. Has to be report as screen that I'm looking for. I don't know if I need to put this. Report as screen. Be something like owner dot go. I don't know if that works. Dot go dot something. I opened yesterday the reconstructed case from Descent, and from all the things I got, Chain Killer, Vulcan Harris chess piece. But the blueprint or the reconstructed case. Feels bad, man. Wait, the reconstructed case. I think it's the case that's supposed to also give you DZ items. I'm not sure. I don't know because I don't play Descent. I've played once and never again. Go. Owner, go placement orientation. Go actor, get skill level. Well, it's probably going to tell me if there is a mistake. Oh, okay. Name. Okay, so it's giving you a named item, like it's a random named item, whether it's DZ exclusive or not. I'm guessing. Let's see, did I put something? Oh fuck, I skipped all the miss. I skipped all the errors. I don't know. I only put one message, so... I just put one message when I press the key. Yeah, Descent, I played it once. Reached Nemesis. Lost. Never again. Like, I really don't give a fuck about roguelike in Div 2. If I wanted to play a roguelike, I would play an actual roguelike. No screen message whatsoever. It doesn't print anything. Mhm. Oh well, looks like it doesn't. I'm not done yet because it's Like, it seems to be doing something with the LSO LOE mod, but not the release game. Chameleon, yeah, it can be good. The problem is that it's an SMG. It's an error, but it's an SMG. It's like one of the best items in the game. After you get all the buffs, but it has the accuracy of an SMG. The optimal range, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a vector. And you have to reproc all the buffs to optimal range 20. You have to reproc all the buffs every time. Unless you spend less than 45 seconds between engagements, between like 2 rooms. In that case, you keep the buffs. But let's say you're in a group and you have to wait for other players, your buffs are gone. Siege University. Script function list. Report. SS screen. S screen. Report S screen inside int and a string, or just a string. Screen F. What's the difference between the two? I don't know. Okay, let's check. Maybe there has to be a log somewhere. Logs. Devs warnings. Crash. DS log. It's gibberish. Hmm. Okay, now the name is increase game speed limit. One warning. Local variable message never referenced. Does not receive 0 parameters. Handler cannot bind and will be ignored. On go handle message. Me personally, I got my 4 Reguluses. I don't need to farm winter keys anymore. I don't need anything else. I wouldn't mind another Ravenous, but you don't get it from winter keys. Winter cases. Okay, I can just comment out message here. Yeah, no, it's not printed anywhere. You have like logs in the game folder? No, there's fuck all. Ah. Dude, am I supposed to like print it on the correct game object? Like report generic F. I don't know what it does. S screen is supposed to print something on the screen, but I don't know if it's at the top or if it's like a pop-up. There's nothing that shows up regardless. Owner is Ghost Grid components. I'm attached to the hero. I wanted to see reconstructed. Yeah, I don't know if I haven't updated this in 2 years. I don't know if you can get DZ exclusives from reconstructed caches. Hmm. I'm supposed to push \n? Really? But still, even if I don't put \n, it should still show something. Um, yeah, I wouldn't really call that coding. Ah. Yeah, it does work. On go update, it shows it twice. Okay, read generic F, does it work? About 15 years ago, I was part of a non-Steam community. We're basically making like our main releases were like Counter-Strike 1.6, no Steam, and I made my own version. I was working until 6 in the morning every night. Oh. Like with this, I made like a repack of Assassin's Creed 1 that I still have on my computer, but I never released it. I worked on a couple of other releases. I made the portable version of the game Trials 2. The motocross game. Single player game. And I made the texture pack for 1.6, a detailed texture pack. because the ones that you could find online, it was only covering the base maps, so like 15 maps, something like this, and mine was covering like 200, 300 maps. Actually, maybe not 200, maybe just 100. Okay, so the difference between generic F and S screen is that generic F prints in the console, S screen prints at the top of the screen. So that means S screen, both they work. Both of them work. So I can just use this. $98. So we're going to put this. Tank it again. Tools. Delete this. Copy this one. Create. Actually, I'm gonna make it get created directly into resources. Delete. Create. Okay. So now we've got our test DSRes. We run Legends of Varana in window mode. But it was not working earlier, so I don't see why it would be working. It doesn't print anything, and nothing is printed. 3, 6, 9, 12. Tank priority. And created 2 priority. It's probably because of the priority of my tank that it's not loading. Let's see. There was a thing about tanking. Tutorial. Concept. Dude, there was something about tanking in the Singe University earlier. I saw it. I don't remember where, but I saw it. Because I don't know the priorities for the tank. The problem is just the priority, I guess. Like, it should be working. But it's just the priority, like, it's not loading my tank. Like, the tank is, like, the game resource. Like, this is not being loaded. Because the priority is, like, lower than... Can I see, like, the priority of the... tank info? Priority user +1. What about this? Tank info. User, which is 0. F1 user. F1 factory. I don't know what is factory. F1 user. But user should be 0, no? Okay, let me look up. Dungeon Siege tank priority. Okay, there you go. Maybe it's okay. Let's remove all of my mods because maybe heroes gets overwritten by something. Um, Special tutorial complete seems to be doing some stuff. So this here. Even fairy fix. And I remove literally everything. Okay, so it seems to work now. Okay, so it's a mod overriding it. Let me retry it actually. I will see if it goes to Okay, so if it's mod overriding it, I suspect it's the Toria Chronicles. I suspect. Because that mod is like introducing stuff for the in the main game for some reason. Okay, so did it stop the game? Oh, it doesn't want to stop the game. Yep, that works. All right, we fucking did it. I mean, Starfall did it. But my first fucking mod. Okay, so we're gonna have to make it compatible with the base game. And maybe attach it to something else than the hero, because the hero, I don't know, man. If there's a better way to do it. Okay, so we're going to restore those mods. I'm gonna try without Toria complete. But I suspect it's Toria complete. No, it's not Toria complete, it's something else. Fairy fix, maybe? Would make sense for the fairy fix to touch heroes. Nope, doesn't work. Let's try to remove those UI mods. Okay, I'm gonna open a new window because it's pissing me off. doesn't work. Is that EQ mod? MP save beta 6. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. But like it's probably because like there's like a couple of mods that modify the heroes. So maybe I should attach it to something else. All right, so we need to find something better to attach the script to, because the heroes seems to be modified by way too many mods. Can be a UI component. If I do find where they are. All right. So group. $9,999. UI interfaces. Backend, backpack UI, world map. I can literally put it on anything. Dialog box, data bar. That's the bar at the bottom. Quest logs. That's the bar at the bottom. I tried to put it on this. Get rid of heroes. UI. Tools, tank creator. Templates. T template hero. Okay, I think I need to put it actually in here. Needs to be inside of a template. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, so we put it on the health potion button in the bar at the bottom. But technically it's always loaded. Like I need to make it to put it on like on an element that is always loaded in here. No, that doesn't work. Fuck me in the ass, man. Okay, I'm gonna remove all of my mods again. Doesn't work. That means I did not put it at the right place. I guess I really need to put it in the template that is inside the template folder. I cannot just put it on the UI. Okay, so worlds, content DB, templates, regular, core. The problem is that it needs to be a template that is always loaded. Lights. Containers. Like it cannot be a barrel, man. Like, where do I put it if it's not on the hero? Let me see. It was conflicting with EQ something MP save beta. Of course, the tank is fucking protected. Fuck you. Alright, C program files, Siege editor. I think I already have a shortcut on this desktop, no? No, I removed it. Dungeon Siege toolkit, Siege editor. Undefined function. Syntax error? What do you mean? $34. Does it need to be like this? Or? It does have right heroes. That's why now what's the difference between the two? I don't know. It adds a quest manager. I think you don't really care about those. Quest manager, which is a script. Okay, so this it overrides heroes. UI, no. UI, world, rebel, moods. This overrides heroes as well. UI. Heroes. This must be factory. Priority expansion. Priority expansion. Priority user plus 10. User plus 10. So can I put maybe user plus 50 or something? Try 50. Because it's definitely a problem of like heroes getting overwritten. because the mod works. It's just a matter of overriding stuff. Okay, that works. Priority 50. I'm not going to play multiplayer, so okay, I'll just put 50 for now. So we're gonna go back to tools. Thing creator, new folder. We're still on heroes. This has not changed. Data bar. Gonna undo that. Okay, so this is the final version. Close this. This says 3 files, man. Refresh. 3 files. Dude, where do you find 3 files? You only have... Okay, 2 files here. 3 files here. Go figure. Okay, so delete. Paste. Copy this priority 50. Create. Boom, done. So let's try Toya Chronicles. It's probably going to fuck up Toya Chronicles, actually. Game speed, what? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck is going on? Bro, I don't know what's happening. Now remove those again. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Why it's spamming like this? Okay, close tank creator. Press 0 again. No, it doesn't work. Bro, it's driving me crazy, man. 10. Like one time is working, the next time is not working. No, it's spamming in the console for some reason. Dude, what the fuck? Like literally, besides Doric wrinkles and the EQMP save, nothing should interfere with the mod. Bro, I don't know what's going on. EQ LOA DLL. There has to be like a spelling mistake somewhere. Okay. So I put the F earlier. That's why. Okay. Oof. Oof. Wow, we found a bug. uh... And to listen to another message. World events. But okay, first off, we're going to retest. Let's say so back to 50. Back to 50. We're going to restore all the mods. Okay. Try again. .6. Oof. Yeah, I think if you don't restart the game speed to 1 properly, it fucks up the menus. Okay, let's say I increase to 5. Restore it to 1 or even 0.8. 1.1. Okay, there's a problem. Fuck. I mean, technically that still works. Take it into one. Okay, so no full screen. We try again, except speed's gonna be at 5 or something. I go back to the menu. .8 exit game. Yeah, that fucks up the menus pretty hard. Yeah, that fucks up everything, bro. Yeah, because look, it's still... the thing is that the actor, the hero still exists. Like, my speed stayed the same, it was still at... But if I revert it to... Okay, let's say 0.9. I think if it's within the acceptable values of the base, the vanilla game, like between 0.2 and 1.2, it doesn't fuck up the menus. 1.2. Here it's fine. Let's try 1.5. It's fine. I guess it's starting from like 3 or something that it fucks up. Let's try 3. It's fine. .9. 5.1. No problem. Dude, earlier I think it happened. I was at 3.6. Okay, so let's try 7.5. Okay, 7.5, it's fucked up. $6.1. Fucked up. Starting from 6, it fucks up. But I think the real fix is not to limit it at 6. The real fix is to reset to 1. Because here, like, normally, once you reload your game, it should be back to 1. Let's try 6.0. Yeah, I think 5.9 would be the max. Okay, so we need to listen to a different event. Great events. Okay. I'm done with all the... Oh, never mind. I fucking closed the... Of course I'm done. The music is over. I closed Google Chrome. So here on Go handle message, recall when a Go receives a world message directly. All right, I'm gonna finish eating. When I'm too focused on something, I forget to eat and drink. All right, so we need to find a list of world events. The game is restored. MP. System UI. Basic gameplay events. We killed. We killed. Send to an object when it is killed. I'm never killed. Trigger. Okay, I'm gonna test this. And to reverse 1 and 2, because 1 is to increase. That should be the contrary. So 7.5. That seems to fix it. 10. Yeah, I think I fixed it. Okay, so let's try full screen. Don't know why it says that the game is already running, man. There's something that doesn't close properly, but I don't know what it is. That's exactly what I wanted, man. This is perfect. This is it. That's perfect. Okay. Exit game. That's perfect. So here I should not overwrite. I should just like, I should. It's just on exit that I need to reset the game speed to its original speed. Because like right now, I reset it to 1. That's not what we want. Because from the game slider in options, this here we do not change the speed. Was I changing the speed? No, I was not. We do not change the speed. The fix is just to put this. Orig speed. So Orig speed is never going to be changed. And we set it back to Orig speed in here. Dollar. There's a dollar that is missing. Okay. So you boot the game. You start a new game. You enter the world. The hero gets created. The script gets executed. So what we do is just sorry. Just take a snapshot of the current speed, which can be technically between 0.2 and 1.2 according to the game options. We go to monitor the key presses. Okay? Based on the key that you press, let's do 98, 97. So based on the key that you press, it's going to increase or decrease the game speed between 0.1 and 10. Like here, there is a rounding error because it's a float. So I put 9.9, but it goes to 10. Up to 10. Okay. So here we increase or decrease the speed, but it's just to change the game speed here. Otherwise, I would need to like probably do world options, get game speed plus 0.1. But whatever. All right. So after doing this, we go to a waiting state. We go to a waiting state. Just so that you cannot spam the key. Because the EQ's DLL here. The only function that it provides to monitor game keys is key pressed. So keys, when you have the various states of a key, you have press, release. So ideally you would have, I mean, maybe not ideally, but like if it had been is key released, we would not have to block the input like we're doing here for 10 frames. We have to do this because it only provides listening to key presses, not key releases. Because when you release a key, you cannot release it multiple times. You have to press it again. But when you press it, as long as you hold the key, it sends key presses all the time. So we block the input for 10 frames. Otherwise, it would increase the speed or decrease the speed way too fast, and it would be a bit hard to fine-tune to 0.1 in terms of precision. And here, if the hero is killed, or if the hero is deactivated, we clean up. Cleaning up means set the game speed back to the original speed, which could be between 0.2 and 1.2. Actually, instead of cleaning up, I could just like put this in here. I don't need a cleanup state. Whoops. Because there's nothing to clean up. I'm not creating anything. Dude, I listen to everything. Not bad for copyright-free music. All right, so let's try this again. Create. Let's try priority 10. What was the priority for Twilight Chronicles? F1 plus 10. Okay, so let's do, I don't know, 20. No, let's do 50. Fuck it. Okay, this is not going to boot. So remember, here options, I'm going to set this to 1.2. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I press one time. It should be at 1.3. 1.1. Oh, it's normal. Okay. Because I was decreasing. So I went from 1.2 to 1.1. So it's perfect. Now I'm gonna increase this to 10. Leave. Wait, what? It's fucked again. Back to the drawing board. Okay, let's leave the cleanup. Cleanup. Original speed was here, right? This is a new folder, blah blah blah. Normally it should be the right file that I'm editing. Yes, the right file. Alright, so let's try again. I'm gonna do window mode this time. This is not good. So I'm guessing in full screen it has the same problem. It struggles. It fixes it because it's reset back to 1.1. Okay, so there is a problem here. Original speed somehow. Do I just force it to 1.0? Because original speed is never updated. Okay, let's put 1.0 here. Let's put 0.4. Okay. So 0.4, right? Now we increase this. Okay, whatever. To 10. 1.5, who cares? Exit game. Dude. Do I need to put back trigger deactivate or maybe it never went to this because no, it has to go through this. Dude, what the fuck? Earlier I fixed the problem. Like, what's the difference? Earlier I put this, right? No. Mm. Go handle message. Can I specify like global event? Left world. Okay, I'm going to put them in one line every time. Even if that should work if I put OR operators. Clean up. There's a lot of cleanup in here. Clean up. Where does he clean up? There's a shitload of cleanup in here. Let's delete this one. No cleanup. 1 and 2 do not work. I don't get it. One time it works, one time it doesn't work. It's fucking annoying, man. No, it doesn't work. I mean, it's cleaning up. It's cleaning up before you even see the player. It has to be cleaning up before I even see the player. Has to be left world. That is fucking things up. It's left worlds. Oh, you're leaving the world. You're not there yet. Even destruct it gets triggered. Okay, we killed. Does it actually proc? Does it actually trigger if I die? Clean up. We killed, clean up. Here it doesn't work. But we clearly saw that the game speed was reset to 1. So we killed. It procs, but the rest doesn't. Because it seems to me like the hero does not get unloaded from memory when you go back to the main menu. And to find a game event that is triggered when you go back to the main menu. But I guess I'll do this tomorrow because I spent like fucking 8 hours on this already. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop here for tonight. So we did make some progress, but right now I just don't know. I mean, I know what I want to do. I just don't know how to do it. Like what I want to do is, I think this is wrong also. I need to know the life cycle of the hero. Because this is attached to the hero. Template based farm boy. Farm girl. This is attached to the hero, which in my opinion is causes a problem because you have other mods that are attached to the hero as well. It's going to conflict with these other mods. And ideally, I would like this mod to work on everything. So we need to add it to an element that is loaded when the when you load the game. Earlier I tried to add it to the bottom bar, but it didn't work. Well, I did not put the line that attaches the script properly at the right location. Because for my mod to work, it needs to be attached to a game object that is visible right now. So it can be this one of these buttons. It can be the hero. It can be this menu here. It can be the inventory, whatever. It can be this. But it needs to be attached to something that is living, that is alive right now. And when I go back to the main menu, I assume that it unloads everything that we just saw. I assume. I need to know the life cycle of the hero or the other elements that I could attach my script to. And then my logic is that to fix the problem with the menu when I set the speed too high in game is that I need to memorize the original speed here. Original speed, we never modify it. We just save it basically when we reach the action phase. But again, this is wrong. Like it's a startup state, but this is only triggered once, I'm guessing. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. But yeah, ideally, it's only this is only triggered. This is triggered every time we enter the world. So every time we enter the action phase. So like, you go back to the main menu, you load the game. This gets executed. You go back to the main menu, you start a new game. This gets executed. And ideally, the original speed would be the value that was specified in the game menu options. in the game options, which is between 0.2 and 1.2, which are totally safe values for the menus, because that's how the game was shipped. And what I want to do is, so here we override the limits. We specify our own limits between 0.1 and 10. But then when we go back to the main menu, we need to restore the original speed to what it was. So between 0.2 and 1.2 to prevent the problem we have in the menu. But it seems to not be working. I even tried forcing 1.0, but it didn't work. It works when my character got killed, but like these do not get triggered. Like I don't know how to listen to the world event. Oh, we go back to the main menu, because this would solve everything. And maybe there is a problem with this also when we enter the world. But once I get these two things figured out, the mod should be finished. But for this, I need help from other modders, because like I cannot figure it out myself. Like I don't know the Genesis modding enough to like I'm reading this and I'm trying various like events here, but it just doesn't work. Like there's weak killed. Send to an object when it is killed. Message handlers. Can I play a sound somehow? Somewhere? Because I feel like screen messages, I may not see them every time. Because if there's a menu transition from the action phase to the main menu, I'm not going to see the message. But the sound, I'm going to hear it. Okay, I'm gonna try something else and I'm done for tonight. Update. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna compile this. I'm not going to make the menu bug. I just want to see if it gets executed every time I go back to the action phase. Okay, nothing happened here. My keys are not working. Menu is bugged. F undeclared. Yeah, this. I'm just gonna copy paste this. Bro, there's gonna be the same problem with CDator, really? $37.60. Tell me there's a syntax error. Not saying anything this time. So there's no syntax error in my script. It's just the logic that is wrong. Dude, the escape doesn't work. Probably doesn't work because I have the console enabled. Well, I don't know. I don't like leaving before finishing something, but like for real, I don't know. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get off. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Liwei, for stopping by. Thank you, The Dark, for the follow. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow I won't be programming. I will be playing the game. Peace. Take care. Bye bye.